And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Not a great start for Sharp As. It's Hey Hey Harry who rushes out for the lead. G Munnings in second. Sharp As plays catch up on the outside, up into second, three wide, challenging for the top spot. Pascal Moon fouls that one in fourth, and 2 lengths back to Fighter Kite, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. G Munning has inside position as it's Sharp As in second. Third place, Pascal Moon. Hey Hey Harry drops back a few lengths back in fourth, and 3 more lengths to Fighter Kite, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Sharp As and G Munning. These two do battle as they turn into the stretch with 3/16 to go. As it's Hey Hey Harry who re-rallies on the outside at third. Pascal Moon's in fourth. 1 furlong to go. G Munning on top. Hey Hey Harry re-rallies on the outside. Hey Hey Harry and G Munning. It's Hey Hey Harry forging to the front to win the opener here at Finger Lakes. G Munning second. Pascal Moon after it's sold. Mickey Fins. With this race, we remember a great man, a friend to so many throughout the years at Finger Lakes. And they're off. Looks like a very clean start. Soul Imperatrice in the red blinkers bursting to the front. Impermanence up the inside in second. Then it's Journey of 5 who tracks in third. Followed up by Sweet Lilac 4 wide fourth. 2 lengths to Fleur Oates in second last. Who's 2 lengths in front of Joyful Departure, who's wide at the tail of the field. Soul Imperatrice clears off by 4 open lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Impermanence in chase mode in second. Sweet Lilac outside third. Journey of 5. Yellow Cap in fourth. Now up into third. Fleur Oates is scraping the paint in second last. And 3 lengths of Joyful Departure, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Soul Imperatrice has the lead. The lead's 4 lengths. Impermanence on the outside in second. And then it's Fleur Oates who's towards the inside. Soul Imperatrice is fatigued. Fleur Oates towards the rail. Here comes Sweet Lilac on the grandstand side. Sweet Lilac sweeping to the front. Sweet Lilac prevails. Fleur Oates in second. Third and for wagering. Post time. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A stumble to start for Cast a Coin. It's Puckish who rushes out for the front end. Stars and Stones flashing early speed in second. Cast a Coin to the outside of Hereby, third and fourth. And 3.5 lengths to St. James, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go. Hereby kicks on through towards the inside, gets that lead away from Puckish as they make the entry into the turn. And then in third place, that is Stars and Stones, who's to the outside of Cast a Coin. And then about 6 lengths to St. James, who trails the field. First quarter was in 23.3 as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. It's Puckish to the outside of Hereby. Cast a Coin tries to squeeze through at the fence. Stars and Stones is on the grandstand side. St. James still trails the field. They run down to the final furlong. It's Puckish who's strong on the front end. Has a lead by about 2.5 lengths. Cast a Coin tries to squeeze through towards the inside, going for second with Hereby, but it's Puckish. Puckish prevails. Cast a Coin second. Close for third, maybe Stars and Stone. Nice Guys Stables, bred Puckish. It's official, $3.90 the winning mutual. $2 exacta, $22.40, 50-cent try. And they're off. It's Chuckatuck who's bounding out for the front end. Better Be Smart displaying speed on the outside. And then it's Thrills with No Bills at the fence. Equinox within striking range in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Fifth place, E Complicado to the outside of Tail of the Tail. He was about 3 lengths in front of Queen of All My Dreams, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Better Be Smart clears off by 3 open lengths. Equinox tries to peck away at the margin second. Chuckatuck along the inside third, 6 lengths off the lead. Then it's E Complicado outside in fourth. 2 lengths of Thrills with No Bills as it's Tail. The Tail is under a drive and about 11 lengths off the lead and 4 lengths to Queen of All My Dreams, who's at the back of the pack as they turn into the stretch. Better Be Smart cuts the corner, has the lead by 2. Equinox cut loose on the outside, and Equinox comes to engage. Better Be Smart at the furlong marker. Better Be Smart, but it's Equinox. Equinox now rustling that lead away from Better Be Smart in deep stretch. It's Equinox. Give Navarro 2 wins on the card. Better Be Smart holds second over Thrills with No Bills. Then it will be Chuck. It's official. $2 exact at $9.20. 50-cent try, $7.35. Dime super, $6.27. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Easy Play, Amazing Doty, and now Sandy's Garden kicks through at the fence to get that lead. Fabulous Fox in the front brigade as well in fourth. Then 2 lengths back to True Empress, who's a length and a half in front of Erosa's Girl, who's at the tail of the field but only 5 lengths off the lead. 3 abreast as they make the entry into the turn. It's Sandy's Garden, Easy Play, and Amazing Doty first, second, and third. Fabulous Fox in mid-pack in fourth to the inside of Erosa's Girl, and 2 lengths to True Empress, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Sandy's Garden has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Amazing Doty in second. Easy Play tries to keep position in third as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Sandy's Garden who has the lead. Has the lead by a couple of lengths. Erosa's Girl getting on track on the outside, and Erosa's Girl comes calling for the lead. Erosa's Girl now striking the front. Sandy's Garden back in second, and then it's True Empress, but in deep stretch, it's Erosa's Girl. Erosa's Girl wins by 4.5. Second, Sandy's Garden close for third. Fabulous Fox, $21.40. 50-cent pick 3, $14.75. And the early 50-cent pick 5. They're all in the gate, and they're off. A hop at the start for Senegal, who's last. It's Kitty Hawk from an inside post who's setting out for the lead. He has it all, is flashing early speed in the blue outside of him. And then it's Skylar's Artemis tucked in behind the leaders up into third. In fifth, that is Revivalism to the outside of Not Fanutin. And then the back 2 markers, Prophetic, is to the inside of Senegal. About 8.5 from top to bottom as they have about 5.5 furlongs to go as they straighten up on the backstretch. He Has It All is to the outside of Kitty Hawk. They're clear by 3 lengths. Then a couple of grays, third and fourth. Skylar's Artemis to the inside of In the Blue. And then a gap of about 4 lengths to Senegal, who's making a middle move outside in fifth, 7.5 lengths off the lead, passing Revivalism. Then 3 more lengths to Not Fanutin, who's to the outside of Prophetic as they make the entry into the far turn. Kitty Hawk and He Has It All still first and second with 3 furlongs to go. They're clear by 7. Senegal from fifth up into third, but still way behind the co-leaders at this point in time. It is Prophetic and Revivalism are starting to launch rallies. Revivalism at the fence. Prophetic will go one from the outside, but as they reach the top of the stretch, you got to catch Kitty Hawk. Kitty Hawk has the lead by about 2.5, 3 lengths. He Has It All is all out in second. Then many lengths back to everyone else. Senegal is into third, but with a 16th to go, it's Kitty Hawk. Kitty Hawk shrugs off He Has It All. Kitty Hawk give jockey Christopher Elliott 2 on the card. He Has It All will hold on for second. Then it was Senegal and the entry mates. Fourth and fifth. $2 exact at $23. 50-cent trifecta, $9.10. Dime super, $5.02. Daily double, $40.40. All in the gate. And they're off. A half a step tardy. David's Tuition. It's Scales of Gold bounding out for the front end. Resistance Futile. White blinkers outside in second. Can't Stand Disco up the inside in third. A couple more lengths back to Jake's Orchard. Mid-pack and fourth. It's the outside of Solo's Fury. Those two about 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 4 lengths. Back to King's Leap, who's about 6 lengths in front of the slow starting David's Tuition at the back. On to the turn. It's Scales of Gold with 3 furlongs to go. Has the lead by a length over Resistance Futile in second. Solo's Fury 3 wide third. Can't Stand Disco towards the inside in fourth. Now King's Leap getting on track. King's Leap, yellow cap, will go 4 wide into the stretch, but at least has clear running room if good enough as you try and corral Scales of Gold. Scales of Gold swamped inside and outside, and it's King's Leap on the outside with Solo's Fury, and they're first and second with 1 furlong to go. Third place Resistance Futile. 16th out, a struggle between King's King's Leap and Solo's Fury. Solo's Fury's game. King's Leap on the outside. King's Leap defeats Solo's Fury. Then it was Resistance Futile. Post time in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m. Want to let everyone know, no racing here at Finger Lakes tomorrow. On the gate. And they're off. In a little tight at the start, Ananias. It's Break the Fall sending out for the lead. All of a sudden, splitting rivals. Forest Managers at the fence. Smoking it up will be stuck out 4 wide around that first turn in 4th. And then it's 3-point strut towards the inside in 5th. Burn Notice 6. A length and a half back to Neptune Beach, who's about 2 lengths in front of Ananias, who's at the tail of the field. 6 furlongs to go as they turn on to the backstretch. Forest Manager has the lead. All of a sudden, defers in the 2nd spot. And then in 3rd, that is Break the Fall in the blue blinkers. 2.5 lengths off the lead. 3-point strut towards the inside in 4th. Smoking it up deep on the course in 5th. A space of about 5 lengths back to Burn Notice, who's a length and a half in front of Neptune Beach, and 3 lengths to Ananias, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go, and 3-point strut makes a middle move, probes through at the fence, and grabs that lead. All of a sudden up into 2nd as Forest Manager drops back in 3rd, now losing 3rd to Break the Fall. Smoking it up, it's outside in 4th, and in 6th, that's Burn Notice, about 8 lengths off the lead. And 3 more lengths back to Neptune Beach in 2nd last as they arrive at the quarter pole. All of a suddenly, and 3-point strut, they are 1st and 2nd. Break the Fall, angles to the outside. Burn Notice is on the grandstand side, and Burn Notice closing in with each and every stride. They run down to the final furlong, and it's Burn Notice now forging to the front, shifting ground in 2nd. That is Break the Fall, 16th to go. It's Burn Notice who opens up by about 3 lengths, and Burn Notice in the nightcap here at Finger Lakes. Break the Fall 2nd. 3-point strut 3rd, close for 4th, Neptune Beach, or all of a suddenly that it was. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. Will you please rise as we present with pride our national anthem? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on a Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Cloudy conditions, temperatures in the 50s. Track right now being listed as wet fast. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, no scratches. No scratches in race 1. Second race do have a scratch. Scratch number 1, Bon Chance. Number 1, Bon Chance, a scratch from the second race. Third race, there are no changes. Fourth race, there are no changes. Fifth race, number 1, Rockable. The rider's 2 pounds over. Race 6, number 1, Marvelous Richard, is 1 pound over. Seventh race, there are no changes. Eighth and final, scratch number 3, Renaissance Man. Number 3, Renaissance Man, is a scratch in the 8th and final. I want to remind everyone, Memorial Day here at Finger Lakes. There'll be complimentary Finger Lakes programs for all in attendance. Your first wager will be on us, a bet and get special. Wager $10, win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive a coupon good for $10 in gaming free play that can be redeemed starting March 27th. We'll have a stakes race, the $50,000 George W. Barker Stakes, for sprinters, New York sprinters. And then also, dining-wise, Karuba's famous chicken barbecue is back. It'll be that great half chicken special. $16 for each serving, or 2 for $30. It'll be located near the clubhouse entrance. And the Fairport Hots food truck will be back from 12 to 4:30 on Memorial Day, right on the Finger Lakes track apron. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to another day of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice with the Pan Man back again.
Thanks for having me, Dave. Been a pleasure.
Wait, I didn't actually ask you. How'd you end up in here? Is it this like?
Weasel my way in once
how'd you get access to this room? I don't know what happened. No, I did actually invite Pan Man. Our ratings were super high last week. It was one of the best handle days of the year when you did the show.
Well, it's what can you say? It's a lot of cancellations that day, so we got lucky.
Luckily, my show didn't get canceled. Thanks for being on again. We have some stuff to talk about though, because Monday is always a big day here at Finger Lakes. We are running. It's of course families. We encourage families to come out. It's a great day. I don't know what the weather's going to be like Monday.
It's supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be nice. Yeah, we're going to get some rain next couple of days here, and then clear up hopefully Sunday and Monday. It's supposed to be a little bit nicer.
Okay.
See the sun peeking out.
Okay, so we got a great day to come out. We got food trucks. I mean, we have the chicken barbecue like we normally do.
I haven't been here in a long time for that. I mean, I was here last Memorial Day 'cause I had the day off, and I figured I'd come out here and watch Finger Lakes.
So you didn't get a chicken barbecue?
No, but I've heard it's really good, but what I do know is they got the Fairport Hots food truck here,
Yeah.
and they do a really good garbage plate.
Do they actually do that?
Yes, dude.
They probably don't call it that.
No.
I think that's copyrighted, though.
Yeah, but their plate is good.
Yeah.
So but then we got, what's this $10
I don't know.
racing bet?
Why do you
bounce
got to
back?
ask me that
The
stuff?
$10 racing bet bounce back. Place a $10 win, place, or show bet on any Finger Lakes race with the mutual clerks to receive your bounce back coupon, good for a future visit. Now the coupon, you can redeem it beginning Tuesday, May 27th at the Lucky North Rewards for a $10 free play on the machines.
Okay, so it's worth it. How did you say coupon?
Coupon.
No, it's coupon.
Okay, whatever.
No,
Don't start that kind of
No, I
We
just
come
thought-
from different parts of the world, all right?
No, I think everybody says coupon.
All right.
What, you've been hanging out in Pittsburgh too much up there with the rich people. Coupon.
All right, let's go. What about the last
We got
week?
that with the stakes race too, though. I mean, you got Looms Bowley's coming back. That horse won a stakes. I think it was Ontario County way back when. And then Ladies Golden Guy actually looked pretty good for the breeds. Looked like that horse was back the way he won easily. You were here for that race, weren't you?
Yeah.
Mentally, physically, you were here though, right?
I was
You were
in
doing the
tune.
pan camera,
I was
right?
in tune with it, yeah.
Okay. So those are a couple of the pretty good stakes race. That's the feature race on the Memorial Day card. Okay, so what do you got with this track condition right now? They got wet fast. You said you looked at it. That's kind of what it is.
Yeah, I was up there turning on the pan camera, and it just looked, they've got it sealed, and it's got some moisture on top, but it looked tight. Didn't look sloppy to me. It did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there's a chance for some rain. It looks like it's going to be an off track unless it just completely stops and then they open up the track or whatever. But right now, it's sealed and you're looking at an off track. I hope so because I handicap for an off track.
All right, what about last week? Whitey Hedlinger, the tribute to him.
We did tribute to Whitey.
And Murphy runs 1-2 in the race. That was the 4-horse that.
We did a memorial race. Actually, HBPA put that on, and did you get the free? They put on a good spread down there with lunch and stuff.
No, I didn't. I wasn't invited to that.
Yeah, Tim Murphy ran 1-2 and a little bit of a surprise. That Hey Harry ran pretty big.
He got checked and everything. Came back on and got it done. Murph is on fire right now.
Okay, let's look at today's card. We got 8 races today. A couple of route races later in the card. You got mile races. Okay, first race we start an early pick 5 that has that mandatory payout. The late one starts with the last 5 and has the carryover. Yeah, I lean towards the 5 Lady Quinn. I mean, to be honest, I remember the horse before running in 5,000 claimers early in her career. I think she's gotten better.
Yeah.
And then she was claimed while she was in Florida, running against some open claimers. So I just think she's sharp enough. This is a tough spot going to the state bred, but with the open claimers going to the state bred, if you're going to win a state bred and you're basically a bottom claimer or a middle claimer, this is the time of year to do it because you generally get easier one state bred fields. And I think that could be the case for Lady Quinn today, and her off track record certainly helps.
Yeah, and nice bullet work on May 10th. Since the claim, and horse beat Arrow's Girl.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, what was that the other day?
Where did that race come
the
from?
big gray just rolling down the stretch to win easily with VPEX.
It seemed like the inside was not playing very well, by the way, on Wednesday. It's obviously going to change today, but
Arrow's Girl that was a serious field, though.
Barely beating the 11-9 claimer, steps up for the 30,000 optional tag.
Pretty much whistled.
And wins easy. Man, Kevin Navarro had a couple wins on the card, too. Man, that was good. A lot of closers. Yeah, the way I'm looking at this is flight controls, the inside speed, Stars Delight's going to try to go with her. So I think Lady Quinn could sit a nice dream trip right behind those two. If the track's like it was the other day, you will get one of these deeper closers possibly making a move, but I just don't think it will be.
Yeah, I went with flight control. It looks like a move to get this horse in this kind of condition. I mean, Claimed the horse down at Fairgrounds. Delivered as a favorite a couple times. And those are tough. Wins pretty easy last time out here. I maybe just gets loose on the inside. I put on top. But Lady Quinn, I agree. A lot of good things working for this horse, including who beat last time and the record of the track, the off-track record. I used the 6th, 3rd, Lincolnville Beach. Got 2 wins out of 4 starts here at Finger Lakes, and I thought could hang around, maybe close in to get a piece.
Yeah, I saw that race at Tampa. By the way, I was here, and I thought Arrow's girl was going to catch her. I couldn't believe she beat Arrow's girl that day. I can't believe Arrow's girl beat $30,000
the other day.
that allowance condition the other day. Crazy. When horses get sharp and get good,
They step up.
yeah, they do. All right, second race, we scratched the 1, Bonnie Chance. It's 11-9 claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. Between a couple, like 2 horses here. Bustino Centino broke his maiden against maiden special weights. I really liked the horse that day. He got loose. It was in the slop, and that's part of it. And there is other speed in here, but the 400 Tomlinson for the off track, I think he's going to like it. I know he's had some opportunities and only that 1 win, but he comes here from Parks after just a few month layoff against tougher competition, and I think moving to the 11-9, it's a slight drop in class for him, and I think he can win on sharpness here and just being a little bit better. Irie Man is a tricky read coming from New York. Obviously plays, but he's got to come from out of it at 5.5 furlongs. That was my only question mark, is he's going to have some work to do. I think he's actually better than most of these horses. It's just how much can Fly By Night take out of Bustino Centino in a sense that maybe Irie Man can close and get that one. That's kind of how I saw the race. What do you think?
Bustino Centino had a couple starts earlier this year, drops a little bit. All the things you mentioned, and has a work over the track. And I thought, and Fly By Night also has a good work, but at 5,000 they claim from Wesley Ward. I don't know. That's a tough. He's a tough guy to claim from, I would think, and its horse steps up against Bustino. So I think maybe Bustino Centino I give the edge as the speed, maybe to get clear and get it done, or dispose of Fly By Night and go on with it. Second choice, I did the 3 Mekar. Yeah, I tried the allowance condition last couple times, and now back to a level where it might be able to be effective for Caitlin Gutterson, who's going good. Mm-hmm. Second time off, the layoff, and back to a level where it could be effective. I used this one second, and third choice, the 4 Erie Man. Like you said, we'll probably be closing in here to get a piece.
Yeah, but I think he could beat Bustino Centino, but that was really got to get softened up. And that's why I like those 2. I mean, I think Bustino Centino is the best of the speed. Irie Man close. Although Caitlin Gutterson's got a speed and a closer. Those are the best kind of 2 horses that you got in, and she's doing very well. But it is interesting to see how much Fly By Night could take out of Bustino Centino. Yeah, Mekar was in an impossible spot last time against Bustin' Away. I mean, Bustin' Away has never lost at Finger Lakes.
Right.
I think that horse is in again next week. Okay, third race, an optional claiming starter. 8,000 is the claiming tag. I don't see anybody in for the tag. So it is just all for the starter condition. And starters are coming up a little bit easier in most cases, but maybe not in this one. I like looking super for the Murph. Speaking of the Murph, he's coming out of that 11-9 claimer where he did have some trouble, but New York Anthem put up a big number to win that race. I already had a chance to look at New York Anthem because it's in again next week, and so is Saratoga Banker. It's just simply a tougher race that he comes out of versus some of these other horses, basically moving into the starter out of a little bit easier races. Look at Super was running against some decent competition at Parks, but again, I like the race he comes out of. New York Anthem would beat these horses and beat these horses by multiple lengths. So the fact that he's only a couple lengths beaten by that one, it's a good race.
Well, look at the Parks race on the off track. I mean, that's a 9-horse field at Parks, and you just got just almost got it done.
Are you still? I still can't get used to calling it Parks. It'll always be Philadelphia Park.
Philadelphia Park.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of people might like that. We could call this the Full Lakes.
Yeah. I went looking super too. And second choice, Sun Breeze is a good horse, you know.
The last number is good.
I know, but maybe a little bit of a regression after such a huge effort off the layoff. But I don't know. He could win this race. I used that horse second. It was pretty impressive last time, beating Saratoga Banker and them. And the third choice in here, I went with a 5-horse, Guaco. Two wins out of 4 starts at the distance. He's been running at Presque Isle on the artificial surface, but you know, if this horse gets out of the gate, it looks like he has a problem getting out of the gate.
He's got some issue in the trouble lines.
But usually rallies up to get a piece, even despite that. And you know, has a nice work on May 12th.
Right.
Could be the one. Maybe if nobody else has it in here, and it's got with a clean break. We'll see what the horse does if he gets a clean break. It looks like he's got an issue of getting out.
It's an interesting horse because he's actually got a good record on the dirt.
Yeah.
He's also got a good record on the synthetic. You don't see that often,
Right.
do you? You got a horse that runs very well on both surfaces. I just didn't like the layoff, to be honest with you. That's the only reason I didn't like Guaco. Like, is that like guacamole? Is that?
Yeah,
Is that what's wrong? No. Speaking of Sutton Breeze, I think the key is what that horse does for tactics. It looks to me when they went from Carlos Camilo to John Barrios that John wants a little more speed out of this horse. Now it could be that it was 4.5 and they were just being more aggressive, but I think that's the key to the race because if that one doesn't go to the lead, I think New York Riesling really steps up big here. If you look at it that way. So I was going to use New York Riesling in the top 2 or 3, but my assumption was that Sutton Breeze would be aggressive again.
What do you know about Devious Banker? This horse.
He used to hit the board a lot.
Again,
Again,
going to try and go today.
No.
From the outside.
No, not gonna
No
believe.
speed from what?
what is this dollar for, by the way? This is from the other day, right? Were we asking about who the speed was?
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks, I'm gonna put that towards my chicken barbecue on.
I'm going for that plate.
Well, I was hoping to ask for a free barbecue. I don't know. I guess I don't have any pull. No, chicken barbecues are good here. Who's a Carubas? I think is the name. It's the same as last year.
Yeah.
5th race, an allowance race. Never won 3 condition, going a distance of a mile. I always say the key to the mile races this time of year here at Finger Lakes is you want to get horses that have a little fitness to them, a little bottom to them, and have actually gone the route. They seem to have the advantage, and I'm not saying seem, it's held up. I mean, that is a fact that has happened in the last few years. You don't see too many horses coming out of sprints going long. Of course, as I say that,
and holding on.
and winning. I mean, of course, I say that I'm picking Jansen, but Jansen has got recent route races, and I guess that's my point. The last race was short, but in New York, this horse is running a mile and a 16th, and not that long ago, talking about early April. Am I saying that right, Jansen? How do you say that
We
one?
didn't do the 4th race.
Why did we do the 4th? Which
Which
route do you want to do?
The 4th.
I wanted to skip that one.
It's in there.
Well, of course, you're letting me go. You won't even stop me when I'm like, go ahead. You talk about the 5th and the.
Well, Balenciaga Betty, all right, ran into a horse that came back to win last time on a 4.5 furlong race. This Kentucky bred's got good breeding out of an Into Mischief mare, and has some recent starts back in March and in January at Aqueduct. I thought maybe I might be wrong about this. Might be wrong. Might be able to get the lead in here.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. Can we go double or nothing on this dollar?
I just think Perez maybe can get this horse out there and go on with it. Has some recency and it's a mile.
Maybe
I know it's not a great post.
Maybe you should handicap the 5th for the 4th.
No, you do the 5th. Holiday Jazz, I got second.
Okay.
Open 62.5s at Tampa. Those are recent races. Has a nice work over the track on May 13th. And, broke in the air last time. I didn't break that great. And what are you going to do with that at 4.5? Now it comes
True.
to a mile on the inside. The place to be for a mile, And Ronnie Breed he started out huge last year, right?
He had a lot of wins last year.
So maybe he's just going to get rolling here. I know he hasn't started that hot this year, but maybe this one can get a piece of the action here. With the Tampa races. And the third choice in with the 2, Motown Annie. Here's another one that has recent races at Parks, this year at least. And I thought with that and Co-op Might be able to land a share.
Okay. You didn't like Troy Smith's horse?
I don't know. It's gonna.
I just send Troy up after you.
He's only a 2-time winner, and I don't know.
Yeah, you don't like
come
that.
from way out of it on an off a mile.
See, that doesn't matter this time of year to me. I
I
like
know.
the fitness thing more than if you're going to win out of condition, like you said, and you're right. He's only a 2-time winner against multiple winners, but her numbers are good enough. My only issue is her lack of speed, and she has to come from far out of it. But there is some speed in here. Unlike what John said, thinking the 7's going to get the lead, you got Coffee Futures and Super Slide, who both have one way of going in route races. That'd be nice if Balenciaga Betty got involved. I don't think she will, but Super Slide's got one way of going in a route, and so does Coffee Futures. I think there's going to be enough of a pace for this horse, despite being still eligible for an easier condition, as you said, that she could still win this race. Maybe it was the timing. Maybe this was the race that they put in before Lifetime. Motown Annie's the other one that I thought was the router. I was making that point. Horses that have had recent routes should have an advantage from a fitness standpoint and a sharpness standpoint. And Motown Annie is another one that fits the bill. Now I'm questioning how she'll run on an off track though. I mean, she does have that fourth a couple races back, but she has yet to hit the board.
I'm surprised the horse doesn't do good on an off track.
Motown?
Motown and Smoke Glacken on the other side. It's like.
Yeah, and what you said.
We got a high Tomlinson. I didn't see it, but.
Yeah, what you said about Holiday Jazz, I'm going to agree with. The recent races at Tampa just overmatched down there, and
mixing it up with Lady Quinn and stuff. Well, got beat pretty badly, but it's like it's open 62.
She seemed to tail off at the end of last year too, though. But her early races when she first arrived here, when they stretched her out, she was tough. I think Ralph D'Alessandro had her back then. Okay, you remember that? Yeah.
No, I was absent.
I don't even know. Where have you been? Hanging around in Pittsburgh saying coupon. Fifth race, an allowance race, non-winners of 3 condition. Now I can talk about this one. I'm sorry to get ahead of myself, but Jansen, like I was saying before, goes sprint to route, but has some recent route races in New York. Kind of big. And is actually a 3 lifetime horse. Tony O has a route in February, so it's been a little while, stretches out, but I do like the race that he had going a mile, even though it was a different surface. And the question mark is, how good is this horse on the dirt?
Dude, those horses came in from Turfway Park and did good at Keeneland, remember? I mean, they were winning left and right.
Did okay.
They were really doing good.
Yeah, they did okay.
I mean, I don't know if they're like using that Turfways over the winter to get in shape on the artificial surface. They were coming in and really winning races. And so maybe this one can repeat that kind of trend coming to the dirt. Second time, first time out was wide and first time over the track.
Didn't run horrible.
Right.
It's a good race.
I like the horse a little bit. I went with a 2 though, King Kali. Some decent works leading up to this. Had a couple starts over there. Didn't do too good there, getting the $16,000 claimers, but back in a condition race, and I think could be tough in here. I think maybe this horse can sit a little bit because I thought I saw a lot of speed in here.
You might. The problem I had with King Kali is the only 2 times that he's won has been on the lead, and there's other speed in here. So that was the issue that I had with him. Other than that, he's got the route breeding. He should be okay on an off track. He should be tough coming back here to Finger Lakes. That was the only problem. If he gets clear on the lead and they let him go in reasonable fractions, I totally see your point.
I think there's a lot of speed in here, though. I think he might be able to sit in a little second tier and be able to take over.
Okay.
But I went with that one on top. And what about Morvino?
He hasn't had a route recently. It was the only issue I had with him.
Third time off the layoff for Murph. Does have a win at the distance. Kentucky bred. Certainly bred to go along and by Tisdale Mare and Vino Russ. Maybe stretching out here. I mean, here at Finger Lakes can get a piece of the action. I used him second. I went 265.
Yeah, I say Worry normally rides King Cali's on Morvino. Maybe that's kind of a thing there. But one of my favorite horses coming back. I see Tiz Lucky's in here. I don't like him today, But give him a race. He's got some good works.
Yeah.
That was one of my. You should see that if he still looks the same. Really good looking horse. They just were too aggressive with the horse all the time. That's the only reason for his downfall. Maybe we could see him make a little comeback coming back to Finger Lakes.
Good workouts, yeah, like you said.
But there's like every time.
Tis lucky.
They set the horse too hard early.
You know?
Who's that? What are you talking about? Sixth race. Maiden Claimer going 5.5 furlongs. This is a tough one. This is a real tough one. I did go with the Wisecracker. Did you use that one? What do you got?
I used it second. I went with Marvelous Richard, going to the front and getting it done.
These guys sound like pro wrestlers. That's why King Callie and Marvelous Richard are your top choices. Do they, because they sound like pro wrestling names or something?
You know, I was always a wrestling fan.
No, I look at a Wisecracker. May have needed that race, but Monomoy Beach just blew him away. Monomoy Beach ran the first time in a maiden special weight, got squeezed out at the start, was never in it.
And then came back and whistled.
Came back and just crushed them. Crushed the 11 and 9s. And none of it ran him out off the screen. But Wisecracker, we were talking about it before the show. I mean, this horse is by Practical Joke, out of a dam by Medaglia Diora. The breeding is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I think if we could take a step forward, this race came up easy. Not easy to handicap, but came up easy for an 11 to 9 maiden.
It puts the hood on today, too.
Yeah, I mean that could be a factor too. Putting the blinkers on. Sometimes the horses have a little more focus, a little more aggression, and there isn't a lot of speed in this race, so it might be a good time to maybe see if the horse can get involved early. John's in charge. Kind of like this one a little bit. Doesn't show anything, but was running against so much tougher in New York and at Gulfstream Park. Like I said, this race came up very soft for 11 to 9. It's almost like a 5,000 maiden. That's how soft it came up. Andre Worry rode Natural 9 last time. He's on this one this time. And I think you can see some big improvement with this horse dropping in here. And it's a bigger drop than what it looks. I mean, you're talking about open 12.5 to 11. I mean, that doesn't sound like much for a claiming price, but when you're talking about a conditional maiden claiming 11 to 9 here, versus their 12.5 open. Yeah, it's easier. And yeah, I use Marvelous Richard for third. I think Marvelous Richard could possibly be the speed.
Yeah, I do too. That's what I'm thinking from the inside. You know, it was easy last time. That's not good, but there's a lot of works leading up to this. And Golden Sense, good breeding.
Yeah.
Trainers on fire. I went with 1, 3, 2, 7.
Yeah, the other one I was looking at, I watched the replays on Bloodhound. I'm really questioning whether this horse likes the dirt. Ran very green last time, and it might be just the horse was green. It was just shying away from the other horses. May have needed the start off of August, but sometimes you question that when you see them run like that. I mean, it says in there it checked, and kind of did check, but it was more of one of those things where it was a shy away more than a horse coming over on him.
What about Trojan Mule in there? 5-year-old first.
A 5-year-old first are usually no thanks, but that's
good.
Yeah, well, the sire is an off-track sire, right?
Yeah,
But the 409 Tomlinson, I don't know, 5-year-old.
We'll
we have a
see. Who knows? You know,
we had a 6-year-old maiden, I think, last year. How often is that even? Do you ever see that anywhere?
Not much. You can see it in California.
6-year-old first-time starter. You know, they got to get seasoned. So they're going to the NFL later with these college kids that go in the draft later. Of course, now they're paying them. 7th race, and got to talk about Mama Gigi. I remember the first race of the year. Mama Gigi wins it. I look up in the time. You look at the time like, oh my God, is that real? And I mean, the times that day did turn out to be very quick. I mean, the track was absolute lightning on opening day. But it turned out to be a good race. It wasn't just the fact that the time was good. World Bank comes back and wins. That horse had a lot of start, but ended up winning. And then the horse that was third, which I think was the horse that I ended up picking in the race, Equinox, won the other day for Buckley. It was a much the best winner.
Easily won, yeah.
Yeah, so we got to see how My Angel runs. I think that one runs on Tuesday. That's the horse that ran fourth. So we'll see if this is going to be one of those races that's a true key race all the way from top to bottom. Like My Kind of Mischief hasn't run back yet. And what are you saying? This is a full to who?
The name Heck came up, I remembered, and then
Yeah, but who was the folded Tribeca?
Tribeca.
You're the one that brought it up. I was trying to give you some credit there.
Well, I wanted to run it by you. You've got the access to the Brisnet stuff.
That's because I know how to use it. Well, here's the question though: does the speed take anything out? Does Bald Kitten try for the front in here? I don't know how that horse got past. That name got passed, but how does that horse?
Horse is scary, man.
I mean, she's got speed, right? I mean, doesn't that affect Mamba Gigi from the outside? I mean, is that going to affect her, or could she just blow the field away like she did on opening day?
Plus, Hypnotic Flare has some speed. I mean,
what are you talking?
I think Mamba Gigi. I like the horse because of the company line and the horses that came back to win. But is there a possibility of a regression after such a big race off the long layoff?
There's always that. So, she was off a long time before that win.
So if the horse goes off a very heavy favorite, I can't. You can try and beat the horse. I think just in case there's some kind of regression, the horse might just come back and whistle, but. I went with that one on top because of the company line and the horses that have come out of that race. Right. Second choice in here, Echo Baby, the Ireland bred. Hey man, we were talking about Turfway Park. This horse won with J.D. Ramos on it at 3-1 and a few. That's a tough. I mean, if the horse can run on dirt, it's going to be tough. And if there is some pace in here, I think the horse will be closing. It's been off a while, but
How many Ireland bred horses have we had here?
Not a lot.
Even the ones that have come from Ireland or have been overseas, they're not Ireland bred. I mean, we just don't see it. And well, welcome to Finger Lakes. But it's turf breeding. I mean, you look at the dam side. Both wins for the dam were on the turf, so it is interesting how she'll handle the dirt. Obviously, if she does, she's going to win. If she handles it as well as she's running. That's a Saratoga Open maiden special weight that this horse is in.
Well, look at was it Turfway working out, and then went to Saratoga for workouts in New York. So they've been preparing the horse.
You talk about company lines, though. I mean, open. Those aren't state bred restricted. Those are open for the fillies and mares, but the open maiden special weights and maiden claimers. The company lines are better, but she's got to be able to handle the surface switch, basically. Hypnotic Flare I picked for second for different reasons, because I think she's going to sit back and make a run, and she doesn't have any early speed. Maybe Bald Kitten can get out there with Mamba Gigi. Hypnotic Flare can get a stocky trip and make a move late. And if Mamba Gigi does bounce a little bit, maybe she could pull off a minor upset. I could see it.
Yeah.
How hot is Buckley's barn right now?
Yeah, right. That's really on fire. 70%. I mean, wouldn't you say?
That's crazy. All right, 8th race. What are you looking at?
Are we going to spread in there a little bit in the pick 5 or what?
I don't gamble.
Okay.
Scratch the 3. Did I skip ahead? Did I skip a race?
No, we're good. We're on the 8th.
See that race. I just didn't care about. I'm like,
I don't think we were going back and forth, but I guess not.
Well, no, we could do it that way. To make the point, I mean, we scratched the 3 Renaissance Man out of the last race. Real difficult race.
Yeah.
You got a couple first-time starters that have looks. Raisuli and Sweet Julian, both from the same barn, come out of the same race. They both ran pretty well. I mean, what do you do with this race? I mean, does Sweet Julian in his second start, not chasing Scales of Gold, do better? I mean, Scales of Gold didn't do so well the other day, though. But might be the speed. I mean, unless one of these firsters has speed. And that's the big question mark with Rockin' Money. Is Rockin' Money, who's a half to Bustin' Roxy and Stars and Stones, going to show speed? That's kind of a hint that the horse might have some early pace and does have some decent works. And then the other firster is Gray-Haired Gus. It's out of a 2-time stakes winner, is Buckley by Mission Impossible. Shouldn't mind the off track.
Both firsters here are pretty well bred.
Yeah, they're pretty well bred, and the off track for that one is pretty good. Yeah, there's a stakes winner that's a half to this one as well. And Raisuli, maybe kind of against it because the speed didn't come back more than Sweet Julian was. I mean, you watch the race, they didn't change positions the whole way around the racetrack. Scales of Gold got the lead. It was Sweet Julian chased on the inside, and then Raisuli just kind of couldn't make a move because the other two didn't come back. That one goes first time Lasix in the last race. Another one to consider using. I'd want a few of them though if you get to the last.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
especially
you?
with the first.
Not that I
race.
gamble, but
Right, but you know, yeah, Sweet Julian, and I went with Sweet Julian because that what you see on paper is a pretty decent race. When Scales of Gold was gone, if Sweet Julian can play the role of Scales of Gold and these firsters don't have speed or whatever, it could be tough to beat. So I went with 6-5-1-4 in the
so yeah,
finale.
similar numbers.
Yeah.
Are we betting anymore?
Okay, here's the dollar.
What was the one that you wanted?
Here's the dollar speed play today.
Okay, what's the?
I think that Hypnotic Flare is going to get the lead in the seventh.
So put another dollar. So,
No,
so it's double or nothing on
No,
that.
this
This is going to be the easiest dollar I ever made. Anyway, I hope everybody enjoyed the show and hope everybody enjoys it. We got to keep an eye on the weather because I did handicap for an off track. Yeah, you got to watch a track condition today. Yeah, I want to say, well, hopefully it gets nicer out there so you can enjoy the racing. But then again, I handicap for an off track, so maybe I'm hoping for rain a little bit. But Monday, make sure you come out. That's the big day here at Finger Lakes. We got food trucks at the track, including the chicken barbecue. Our first stakes race of the year, the George Barker. Yeah, a lot going on. You gonna be here?
Of course I'll be here.
I think you get time and a half.
Do you?
I don't know. Anyway,
Holiday pay. I'm used to that.
Anyway, we'll see you on Monday.
Good luck, everybody.
Horses are coming on to the racetrack, fillies and mares. Kick things off here at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 1 is Flight Control and Emmanuel Diego aboard. We'll go to the 3 because the 2 is already on the turn. Number 3 is Love Thyself and Kevin Navarro. Number 4 is Hypnocurrency and J.M. Rohina. Number 5, Lady Quinn, Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Lincolnville Beach, Andre Worry. And over by the gate is the 2-horse Stars Delight with Herman Harkey aboard. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Finger Lakes offers free past performances online for every card at fingerlakesgaming.com. Just hit the racing tab and then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares, an allowance race, 5.5 furlongs. 3-2 on number 1, Flight Control for Gumster Stable. 8-5 on number 5, Lady Quinn. Love Thyself. Going up into the gate. Cloudy conditions, temperatures in the 50s. Wet fast track condition to start the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. Lady Quinn going up and in. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's a good start. Stars Delight gets the jump on Flight Control. These two hook up early on. And then we got a line of 3. Lady Quinn in the green cap to the outside of Hypno Currency. Followed up by Lincolnville Beach, who's in that middle cluster. 4 off the lead. And a gap of 5 lengths to Love Thyself, who trails the field. About 3.5 furlongs to go. It's Flight Control who has the lead. Stars Delight outside second. Hypno Currency tracks in third. 3 lengths off the lead. Lincolnville Beach outside in fourth. Lady Quinn shuffled fifth, and 3 lengths to Love Thyself, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 2/5, and it's Flight Control who shrugs off Stars Delight with a quarter of a mile left to travel. Lincolnville Beach goes to the grandstand side. Hypno Currency's in between runners. Lady Quinn is at the fence. You got to catch Flight Control. Flight Control with 1 furlong to go has a 5-length lead. The battle for the balance. Lady Quinn's up the inside, and then it's Hypno Currency, Lincolnville Beach, and Love Thyself, 16th to go. Flight Control's lead is 3, and Flight Control wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Close for second between Hypno Currency and Lady Quinn. Then it was Love Thyself. One, 4, 5, 3. Hypno Currency gets second. 5 1/2 furlongs, 107.99. 270, the winning mutual. To the winner's circle, number 1, Flight Control, winner of 3 of her last 4 races, New York bred, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Air Force Blue out of Senorita Margarita, owned by Gumster Stable. Ralph D'Alessandro is the trainer, and Emmanuel Di Diego, the winning jockey aboard Flight Control. Kenny Toy bred Flight Control. $2 exact at $22, 50-cent try, $11.70. Dime Superfecta, $10 and 12 cents. Second race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Bon Chance. Got win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 1:29 p.m. Finger Lakes Bonus Bets is offering an incredible 8% rewards on your Finger Lakes wager. Simply wager $2,500 per month on racing from Finger Lakes to receive the offer. If you wager over $1,000, you get 6%. New customers receive a $50 sign-up bonus once they have wagered $100. Everybody's talking about FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2 as the rain continues to fall. Expect an off track throughout the day. Looking back at the first, no problem for Flight Control getting away from that group as Lady Quinn having some trouble in between horses having a check. Flight Control was able to control the victory for 2 straight wins for Ralph D'Alessandro and Emmanuel Di Diego. Second race, an ever won 2 11-9 claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. And looking on the outside, Bostino Santino getting a lot of play, deservedly so. The horse is back in here at Finger Lakes at the 11-9 level. He was running against maiden special weights when he was here before, broke his maiden against special weights relatively easily on a sloppy racetrack on the front end. Now, he does have a speed horse inside him in Fly By Night, but if this horse can get out there with that horse and repeat that maiden victory, he's going to be awfully tough in this race. Obviously, he doesn't mind the off-going and is getting a lot of support from the public. Look at another one here. An interesting one is the 4, Irie Man. He's the new face of the group. His last race wasn't so good, but his prior races put him right there. And that was a mile, so he cuts way back in distance to this race. And if you look at the class level, running in those 16-2 lifetimes, he did run a 4th place finish going 3/4 back in December. Now, he's had a few months off. He's going to have to make up some ground, so he's got to hope that they back up a little bit to him on this off track. So Irie Man, another one to consider, and he's a good price right now at odds of 9-2. Well, we got about 7 minutes to post for this race. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 starts. And here you got about 7 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the racetrack for the second race. From Finger Lakes, Scratch the One Bun Chance. Here's your field. Number 2 is Fly By Night with Christian Navarro. Number 3, Makar, Herman Harkey, the riding assignment. Number 4, Erie Man, and Andre Worry. Number 5, Scalic Island, Joel Cruz in the irons. And number 6, Bustino Santino, Jeremias Flores calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 5.5 furlongs. Claimers none, winners of 2. 4 to 5 on number 6, Bustino Santino. Erie Man into line, Skellig Island. And then Bustino Santino to the outside. Bustino Santino going up and in. They're all in the gate and they're off. Good start for all 5. Bustino Santino from the outside post has the most early speed as it's Fly By Night, who's up the inside second. McCard's in a tough and tight spot in third. A length and a half to Skellig Island, gets the reins shaken at him in fourth. And Erie Man is at the back of the pack and about 5 lengths off the lead. Less than a half mile to go. It's Bustino Santino, the 1 to 4 favorite, who has a lead by just about a length over Fly By Night. McCarr second and third. Skellig Island sweeps up to the outside fourth, and 2 lengths to Erie Man, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. The chalk, Bustino Santino has a lead by 2 lengths. Skellig Island outside from fourth up into second. Fly By Night shuffled in third, and now it's Erie Man who gets out of last and will go to the outside as they got about a 3/16 of a mile left to travel. Bustino Santino widens the lead to 4 lengths. The battle for the balance. Skellig Island, Erie Man are in the outside, and then it's Fly By Night, 16th to go. Bustino Santino leads by 3. Erie Man up in the second. Bustino Santino victorious. Erie Man second. Skellig Island third. Fourth, Fly By Night. Six, 4, 5, 2. Number 6, Bustino Santino first. 5.5 furlongs. 107.00. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Bustino Santino. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Bustin' Stones out of Amule. Rade Valente, owner breeder. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. It's official. $2.60 the winning mutual. $2 exacta, $8.90. 50-cent trifecta, $5.15. Dime super, $2.97. And the early double, 1 and 6, $5.30. Onward to race number 3. Starter optional claiming race going 5.5 furlongs. There are no changes to report. You got win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and a pick 4. Pick 4 starts on this third race. Post time for race number 3 in about 20 minutes at 1:58 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 3 as the rain continues to fall. Probably going to get a sloppy track here. The second race, Bastino Santino was able to get the lead over Fly By Night, then shut the door. It was Irie Man who, from the back of the pack, tried to make a late move, just ran out of real estate. And so Bastino to Santino, as the big favorite, was able to hold on. Jeremiah Flores gets the victory for Paul Barrow. Now looking at the third, it was an optional claiming starter. 8,000 would be the tag. I don't believe anybody is in for the tag. They're all in for the starter condition, which is now haven't started for a price of 5,000 or less in the last couple of years. Interesting, some early money for Sutton Breeze. Put up a good number for his first start off the layoff, and does have a decent record on an off track, so he's getting some support from the public. But he's going to have to deal with New York Riesling in this race. I went with Lookin' Super in here. Lookin' Super comes off a nice third place finish last time, despite some trouble in that race behind a good looking winner that put up a good number. That was New York Anthem, who last spring rattled off 3 or 4 in a row, and that was his first start of the year. And he was able to beat favored Saratoga Banker, who's a pretty good one. So just simply comes out of the better race. And again, did have some trouble in that race, not saying he would have won, but it was a good effort. That was after running against Sutton Breeze in his first start of the year, maybe needing that race off the layoff since December, plus the 4.5 was just simply too short. I think at 5.5, he could turn the tables on that rival and others, as it looks like he's going to get at least a little bit of a pace scenario that could help his chances. The 2-horse is Sutton Breeze, and again, Sutton Breeze did defeat my top choice. Distance, got the jump on him. Now he's going to be my reason to be, and
Horses are on the track for the third race. From Finger Lakes, let's meet the field. Number 1 is Broken Hearted with Joel Cruz aboard. Here is the current favorite, number 2, Sutton Breeze and John Barrios. Number 3, New York Riesling and Luis Perez. Number 4, Looking Super and Emmanuel D. Diego. Number 5, Guaco and Jose Baez. And number 6, Devious Banker and Andre Worry aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Start of a pick 4 on this third race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 5.5 furlongs. 3-2 on number 2, Sutton Breeze. 2-1 on number 4, Looking Super. New York Riesling goes in. Looking Super. Yellow cap, yellow blinkers up into line. The gray Guaco. And Devious Banker to the outside. Devious Banker. Broken Hearted, a little fractious in the gate. Devious Banker. Walking up. Goes in, and they're off. Not a good start at all for Guaco. It's Sutton Breeze who blasts out for the front end. New York Riesling 3 wide. Broken Hearted's at the fence, up into second. Looking Super, Yellow Cap in fourth. 3 lengths off the lead. Devious Banker's outside of him in a gap of about 5 lengths to the slow starting Guaco, who's at the tail of the field. Sutton Breeze on top, has a lead by a length. Able to clear off Broken Hearted as they make the entry into the turn. Third place is New York Riesling and 3.5 lengths off the lead. Looking Super in between horses. Followed up by Devious Bankers deep on the course and 7 lengths to the trailer. That is Guaco. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, Sutton Breeze has a lead. Broken Hearted re-rallies up the inside. New York Riesling's on the outside. Third, Looking Super fourth as they run down to the final furlong. Sutton Breeze tries to fend off Broken Hearted. Broken Hearted scraping the paint, but it's still Sutton Breeze keeping to his task. Sutton Breeze and Broken Hearted are first and second. Here's the winning line. Sutton Breeze prevails over Broken Hearted. Then it was Looking Super and New York Riesling. Two, 1, 4, 3. Number 2, Sutton Breeze first. Third race official. Sutton Breeze pays $4 to win. Back to the winner's circle. Sutton Breeze, Florida bred, 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Cajun Breeze out of Sutton Reese. Angel Lopez, the owner, Arcadio Lopez, the trainer, John Barrios. The winning jockey, Stonehenge, LLC bred, Sutton Breeze. $2 exacta, $17.20, 50-cent try, $6.90, dime super, $3.47, daily double, $6.10. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a late pick 5 starts in this fourth race with the potential for a carryover. Post time for race number 4 in 24 minutes at 2:32 p.m. Got a big day of racing here at Finger Lakes when we next get together on Memorial Day Monday. Your first wager will be on us, the Bet and Get special. Simply wager $10, win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive a coupon good for $10 in gaming free play that can be redeemed starting May 27th. One redemption per Lucky North Rewards member, and members have 30 days to redeem that offer. We'll have a $50,000 stakes race for some of the New York sprinters in the George W. Barkers. And we'll have Fairport Hot Food Truck on the apron from 12 to 4:30, and Karuba's famous chicken barbecue special will be here as well. All on Memorial Day, and complimentary Finger Lakes programs will be for everyone in attendance on that Monday. Track is now sloppy here at Finger Lakes. Track is now sloppy.
All right, about 14 minutes to post for race number 4, Sutton Breeze. Man, that horse has started off sharp. That's 2 in a row to start off the season for Arcadio and Angel Lopez. Man, that horse is good right now. They claimed that horse, good claim, for 5,000 back in July, and came back and did very well with them. It came back and won at the 11-9 level, and now the horse is really feeling sharp with 2 consecutive victories. Good job by Arcadio. That was John Barrios getting him to the lead and guiding him to that victory. Fourth race goes a mile. Got a couple mile races today, and this one for fillies and mares have not won a race since a day or never won 4 races. Look at it, fitness more than anything in here. Something I don't like to do, and taking a horse out of condition against a lot of multiple winners. But from a sharpness, and it matters in these mile races. She Said My Way comes out of lifetime condition races at Turf Paradise and ran a 4th place finish last time, going the distance of a mile. Of course, that was in the 3 lifetime, and it's just a question of them backing up to her. We haven't seen too many horses back up today, but it's a longer race, and some of these horses might be questionable going the mile this time of year. So She Said My Way maybe can put in a late run here and get the money in a race that's pretty wide open, considering the situation with some of them stretching out for the first time. The 7 is Balenciaga Betty, comes out of a sprint race won by Bonfire Diva. Last route race wasn't good, though. She had lost by double digits in a race at Aqueduct, but it was a much tougher race. Well, the claim was voided in her next start, but hasn't really shown much since then, and probably wants more distance in the 4.5. And the question is going a mile now, but certainly should improve, getting a little extra yardage, getting a lot of support right now at odds of 9-5. The 2, Motown Annie, is also another one that comes from out of it, but should have a little bit of a fitness edge on these horses. Actually, a lot of fitness edge, considering this one comes from Parks and is running primarily route races. That is going to give her a little bottom, and that matters. As we historically, when we ran the first few route races in the past, horses that have been running in routes would have that advantage. Now, she hasn't done so well as far as off tracks, but she kept her form. Her numbers are the same. So Motown Annie not out of it. She's getting a little play at odds of 7-2. The 1 horse is Holiday Jazz. Now, Holiday Jazz should improve with the stretch out. Now, her form hasn't been as great as when she first arrived here at Finger Lakes, where she won a couple in a row and was looking good when stretched out to the route. That is her better distance, so it should help going long. Now, she hasn't won at this particular distance going a mile. She's 0 for 7, but she was against some tough competition at Tampa and had no chance, absolutely none, going 4.5 furlongs. Maybe that was just to get her a race over the track last time, and now could mean some business, getting the better, a little more yardage and going the mile. And she has performed well at Finger Lakes. Again, most of that damage was when she first arrived here, winning a few races that year back in 2023, I believe. She's a 5-time winner around this oval. Maybe she can find her form with the stretch out and the extra yardage today. She is a big price on the board right now at odds of 8-1. So those are a few of the contenders in this 4th race. We do have the pick 5. This is the one with the carryover starting in the 4th race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double also available here.
Coming on the track, fourth race from Finger Lakes, start of the late 50-cent pick 5. Here's your field. Number 1 is Holiday Jazz with Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Motown Annie and Caber Koa. Number 3, Coffee Futures and Nasario Alvarado. Number 4, She Said My Way and Jackie Davis. Number 5, In Traffic and Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Super Slide and Rafael Regina Jr. And number 7, Balenciaga Betty and Luis Perez. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Fourth race starts. The late 50-cent pick 5. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4. Motown Annie into line. Favorite 7-5, number 7, Balenciaga Betty. She Said My Way. In Traffic. Super Slide. In Balenciaga Betty to the outside. Balenciaga Betty and Luis Perez going up and in. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Coffee Futures bounding out for the front end. Super Slide on the far outside. In Traffic behind those two in third. And then it's Motown Annie towards the inside, ground saving in fourth. Balenciaga Betty stuck out wide in fifth. Then 3 lengths to Holiday Jazz in second last. And the stretch running, She Said My Way, is at the back of the pack as they fight for early supremacy and reach the Finger Lakes backstretch. And it's Super Slide calling the shots in the front end. The lead's 3 parts of a length over Motown Annie is prompting outside in second. In Traffic, Balenciaga Betty extreme outside in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Coffee Futures towards the inside fifth, then 3 lengths to Holiday Jazz, letting the early pace develop in second last, and then 7 lengths to the trailer. She Said My Way. Half mile to go. Super Slide on top, the lead's a half length over In Traffic, who comes to engage outside in second. Holiday Jazz going from 6 up into third. Holiday Jazz looking good as they make the entry into the turn with 3 furlongs to go. Fourth place, Balenciaga Betty, but really one paced. Then it's Motown Annie and Coffee Futures. She Said My Way's 11 lengths off the lead, but at least is out of last. But it's Holiday Jazz who is in charge as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. In Traffic is all out in second. She Said My Way's on the grandstand side as they run down to mid-stretch. And it's Holiday Jazz in a rout. Holiday Jazz has the lead by double digits. She Said My Way from last up into second, and then it's In Traffic, but in deep stretch, it's Holiday Jazz in a league of her own. She Said My Way second, In Traffic third, fourth, Balenciaga Betty. One, 4, 5, 7. Number 1, Holiday Jazz first. Time for the mile, 142.76. It's official. Holiday Jazz. Second choice 2-1, 660 to win. Holiday Jazz back to the winner's circle. New York bred 7-year-old chestnut mare by First Samurai out of Alma Linera. CBT Breds LLC owns. Ronald Breed Jr. is the trainer. Michael DeVilla Jr., the winning jockey aboard Holiday Jazz. Teneri Farm and Bernardo Alvarez Calderon bred Holiday Jazz. $2 exacta, $45.60, 50-cent try, $91.12. Dime super, $44.75. Pick 3, $6.85. Daily double, $25.20. Fifth race, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Got exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 4 wagering. Post time in about 21 minutes at 3:02 p.m. Don't forget our racing schedule here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Live thoroughbred horse racing, first post 1 p.m. And of course, you can bet on all the top simulcast tracks from across the country 7 days a week. 20 minutes to race number 5.
Okay, late pick four starts with the fifth. Now, that was a pretty impressive effort by Holiday Jazz. Does have the recent routes at the mile and 16th race at Tampa in March. Form hasn't been that good lately on Holiday Jazz, but stretching back to the route and having a recent route was the key to victory. Michael Davila moving at the right time, and that horse just romped for Ronnie Breed Jr. Holiday Jazz. They hit him late. He went off at odds of 2-1. I said she did. Fifth race, an allowance race. This one goes 1 mile, never 1-3 condition. It does start the late pick four, as mentioned. And you see the outside horses getting a lot of the play. You got Morvino, this one getting action. Hasn't had a recent route, but is in good form. He's got a couple top four finishes, ran a good second in his last race, and now will stretch out. Definitely has the breeding for the stretch out, just has not gone long since November of last year. May not matter against this field. He is a contender. The 5 horses, the other one that's getting played, Tony O, and he does have recent routes, although on different surfaces. He had a route in February, at least that's more recent than some of the other ones, and he did run a good second against 3 lifetime 7500s at Turfway Park. Well, he does have mostly turf form and artificial surface form. That was only his second start running on the dirt in his career when he ran 4.5 furlongs, which is entirely too short. So he did not beat a horse in there, but it's not like he was that horribly beaten in a good field. A race won by Storm and Sandy, and Stars and Stones, no slouch in there. So it was probably a tougher field than what he'll face here. And it just, let's face it, just too short that he wasn't competitive. Now he means business, stretching out on the dirt. Of course, I did lean towards on top was the 4, Jansen, who also stretches out, but has recent routes, and that's the big thing. Very similar to the profile of Holiday Jazz. So this horse running in New York, but running in all routes in New York. Did win a race, although it was ridiculously slow fractions on January 18th. Don't know if I can really talk him up for that win because he absolutely walked that day. But his last race for the 11-9 isn't bad, running 4th in a decent race for the level against Morvino. But he's got more route form than Morvino does, and that could be the difference here for Jansen, who right now is at odds of 7-2. Really, the outside horses are getting most of the play. I mean, don't forget about the 2 King Cali as well as a contender in here. He returns to Finger Lakes where he last won, but he did it on the front end. It almost looks like he wants the front end. Both his career wins have come here at Finger Lakes in routes when he's made the front end, and that could be the key here, as his last 2 races haven't been that good, but he drops back to, well, not really a drop going to the allowance level, but this allowance race more like an 11-9 claimer when you look at the competition. And the 7 furlong races should give him a little bit of bottom for this race, having 2 starts this spring. So King Cali could be an interesting proposition as well, especially if he goes off a little bit higher odds than the rest of the contenders. Right now, he's a big price on the board at 9-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with race number 5. We got about 6 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, 5th race, Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Rockable and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is King Kali and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Tis Lucky and Joel Cruz. Next up, number 4, Jansen and Luis Pena. Number 5, Tony O and Kaber Koa. And number 6, More Vino and Andre Worry aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are beginning their approach to the starting gate. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile. 9 to 5 on number 6, Morvino. 5 to 2 on number 5, Tony O. 3 to 1 on number 2, King Kali. Rockable goes in, King Kali. Jansen. And then Tony O and Morvino. Tony O. Morvino to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a clean dispatch. It's King Kali who sends out for the lead. Rockable, though his inside position, and Rockable and King Kali go for the front end. Morvino is stuck out very wide as it's Tiz Lucky's up into third. 5th place is Jansen, and 2 more lengths back to Tony O, who's at the back of the pack. Pace is lively as they get ready to reach the Finger Lakes backstretch. King Kali has a slender lead. Rockable counters up the inside. They're pretty much together as one. Tiz Lucky 3 wide in the clear in third. A length and a half back to Morvino. Very wide on the course. Jansen, the red blinkers towards the inside. 2 lengths off the lead as Rockable took an awkward step there for a couple strides as Jansen had the check behind him as Tony O is out of last. Tony O is right now outside of Rockable. About 4.5 from top to bottom as they make the entry into the far turn. It's King Kali who has a lead over Morvino, prompting outside in second. Tony O able to squeeze on through towards the inside. And then it's Jansen in fourth. Rockable's in second last. And Tiz Lucky has been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's Morvino with a 3 wide bid for the front end. Tony O's up the inside. And then it's King Kali. Jansen's on the grandstand side. They straighten up into the lane. It's Morvino on top. The lead's a length and a half over Tony O up the inside. Jansen bearing down on the grandstand side. 3 across the track, a 16th to go. Morvino still has that lead. Jansen's on the outside up into second, but it's Morvino victorious. Jansen second, Tony O third, fourth, King Kali. Six, 4, 5, 2. Number 6, Morvino first. Back to the winner's circle. Number 6, Morvino. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old dark brown colt by Vino Rosso out of Fair Huntress. Craig Benoit and Jeffrey Holmes, the owners. Timothy Murphy, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. John Gunther bred Morvino. It's official. $2 double, $14.40. Morvino bet down 3 to 5, $3.40 to win. $2 exacta, $15.80, 50-cent try, $16.25. Dime super, $5.90. Pick 3, $9.70. Early pick 5, 5 of 5, $25.25. Race 6, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time in about 20 minutes at 3:33 p.m. There's free Finger Lakes past performances online for every race card at fingerlakesgaming.com. Just hit the racing tab and then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and that was more Vino, Andre Worry aboard, that was able to get the jump on a couple of the other closers, and a good effort by Morvino on the stretch out. And that's the victory for Tim Murphy, who is off to a very good start to the 2025 season, as he was for the 2024 season. Had a career year last year. 6 race 11-9 maiden claimer that goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. And looking on the outside, you got a first-time starter that's taking a lot of early play in this race. You got Trojan Mule, a 5-year-old gelding making his first start. Now, it is a good off-track sire, at least on the sire side, in the 409 Tomlinson. But at age 5, it's a tricky proposition, but is getting bet in a maiden claimer. The one is Marvelous Richard. This one has shown nothing in 3 starts, but might be the inside speed of the race. Tough to gauge. There isn't a lot of speed in here. This one very well bred by Golden Sense. The dam's a half to a stakes winner. But again, did flash some speed in his debut in the mud as a 2-year-old. So maybe can flash some speed in here. Not getting much play. Again, most of the early play on the 5-year-old first-time starter gelding. My top choice was the 3 Wisecracker. Wisecracker probably needed his first start off of the layoff. Didn't run that badly. It was just Monomoy Beach just absolutely dusted that field, dropping in class after having some trouble in a maiden special weight. And Wisecracker just kind of running evenly behind there. Was off a layoff that day, as mentioned. Has had his chances, has had a few starts, only second start over the track, and didn't mind the off track. Again, second start off the layoff. If he moves forward from that race, he should be tough. He's got a good Tomlinson for the off track, so it really showed with a good effort last time. The 2 horses, John's in Charge. Andre Worry opted to ride here over Natural 9, and tough to gauge either one of them. John's in Charge, not much for form, but has faced a lot tougher in his career. Started off on the turf, the 6-furlong sprint race, and did flash a little speed from the outside before fading. Since then, it's been all downhill, but he's also faced very difficult competition. Last race was a mile at Gulfstream against their 12.5s. This should be easier facing our 11-9s, and could wake up in this spot. Again, not much play at 6-1 with all the early money on the outside horse, Trojan Mule. Well, that's a few of the contenders for race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
On the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Marvelous Richard and Joel Cruz. Number 2, John's in Charge and Andre Worry. Number 3, Wisecracker, Kaber Koa calling the shots. Number 4, The Saxon Story and Carlos Camilo. Number 5, Bloodhound and Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Dream Along With Me and Nazario Alvarado. Number 8 is Trojan Mule and John Barrios. Already on the turn, number 7, Natural 9 and He-Man Harkey aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Maiden claimers going 5.5 furlongs. No strong favorite in here. 5-2 on number 3, Wisecracker. 5-2 on number 4, The Saxon Story. 7-2 on number 1, Marvelous Richard. Bloodhound. Dream Along With Me. And then Natural 9. Still waiting for Natural 9. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slight hop for Natural 9. Dream Along With Me got the best break and fires out for the lead. Marvelous Richard kicks on through towards the inside. Trojan Mule is wide. Natural 9 splits horses in 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Bloodhound mid-pack in 5th and 2.5 lengths back to Wisecrackers to the outside of John's in Charge and a space of 4 lengths to the Saxon Story, who brings up the rear. Into the turn they travel. It's Dream Along With Me, who has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Trojan Mule, who comes to tackle outside second. Natural 9 nudged upon in third. John's in Charge is improving outside in fourth. Now up the rail is John's in Charge. Up into third, 2 lengths off the lead. Will now get a great split as Trojan Mule drifting out very, very wide as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Dream Along With Me who has the lead, but it's John's in Charge. John's in Charge takes over at the furlong pole as it's Trojan Mule's on the outside up in the second, running on the Saxon Story. 16th to go. John's in Charge leads by 2 lengths over Trojan Mule. It's John's in Charge. Give Worry 2 on the card. Trojan Mule second. The Saxon Story third. 4th, Wisecracker. Two, 8, 4, 3. Number 2, John's in Charge first. 5.5 furlongs, 108.82. Race 6 at Finger Lakes Official. John's in Charge pays $11.60 to win. To the winner's circle, number 2, John's in Charge. New York bred, 3-year-old bay colt by will take charge at a Spectacular Me. Roll the Dice Thoroughbreds, owner breeder, Chris Engelhart, the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. Prices: $2 double, $30. $2 exacta, $77. 50-cent try, $67.12. Dime super, $46.30. And pick 4, 404, $57.25. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:01 p.m.
We're getting ready for race number 7. Yeah, John's in charge. That one runs good. What about that 5-year-old firster? Looked like the winner ended up having a little trouble on the turn, or that one would have gotten to the winner's circle. But another win for Worry as we go to the 7th. This one for fillies and mares, never won 2 condition. It is an allowance race, but it's an allowance race where you get a lot of horses coming up in class. So it makes it an interesting race that goes the distance of 5.5. And we do have the return of Mamba Gigi, who ran in the first race of the 2025 season. Now, she didn't have any spectacular form last year. She remained a maiden. She wasn't quite getting there, didn't even hold on against Dulce Veloce that day. And then really popped going 4.5, coming off a very long layoff since June. Popped so much that she ran the fastest time of the meet so far. Actually, the fastest time of the last 2 meets for 4.5 furlongs. The horses that ran second and third made the race look better. World Bank came back to win. And then Monday, I should say, Equinox came back to win. Of course, that one had a troubled trip in that race against Mamba Gigi that day. Now, the track was lightning fast on opening day, and it was speed favoring, so it is a little bit dressed up. But the race looks better now that the second and third horses came back to win. And this is a full to Tribeca, who was a former top horse here at Finger Lakes. The 4 Hypnotic Flare could be the one to take advantage if a couple of these speeds like Bald Kitten and Mamba Gigi battle it out. You would expect after the race that Mamba Gigi ran that she's going to be aggressive from out there. And Bald Kitten would be the other one that's flashed some speed last time, where she almost held off Adiza Rock, who was a heavy favorite in the race. So you would think that maybe Hypnotic Flare would be the one sitting just off of the 2 to make a move late. She ran good last time, ran a solid second in her first start of the season. That was over a sloppy racetrack. She could be the one that could trip out in this race. The 2 Echo Baby is the trickiest of the reads in here. This is a horse that costs $115,000 as a 2-year-old. Obviously on the dam side, she's bred for the turf. Both wins for the dam were performed on the turf. Echo Baby, most of her races have been on the turf. She ran against maiden special weights, not restricted for New York breds. Those are open maiden special weights on the turf at Saratoga last July. So this is night and day, facing our 2 lifetime allowance horses after running against those kind of rivals and coming off the maiden win at Turfway Park. So it's all a matter of how this one handles the surface switch, moving to the dirt, plus running on the wet dirt, encountering our sloppy track today. She is getting some play off the numbers in the class. She's at odds of 3-1. Yeah, I mentioned the other one is Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten actually ran very well in her first start as a 3-year-old. Now she faces a little bit tougher here, as that was restricted for 3-year-olds. This will be the first time against older horses for Bald Kitten, but if she can repeat that last effort, she could be very competitive here. And she's got good numbers for the off track, and she's run well in the off track, as you see from her last start. So that's some of the horses that are getting play here for the 7th. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race.
Horses are coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Here's your field. Number 1, Positively, and Stephen Frett. Number 2 is Echo Baby and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Bald Kitten and Kaber Koa. Number 4, Hypnotic Flare, Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is Change Order and Christian Navarro. And number 6 is Mamba Gigi. Andre Worry calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 6, Mamba Gigi. Impressive winner of a maiden race here at Finger Lakes in late April. 5 to 2 on number 2, Echo Baby. Winner of a maiden claimer at Turfway Park. And 5 to 2 on number 4, Hypnotic Flare. Positively to the inside stall. Echo Baby will be next. Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten goes up into the gate. Change order. And then Mamba Gigi. 4 to 5 on Mamba Gigi. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow starts for Positively and Echo Baby. Good start, Mamba Gigi and Bald Kitten. These two hook up on the front end. They're clear by 7 lengths after a furlong. It's Echo Baby who's emerging in the third spot. Positively towards the inside. Fourth, Hypnotic Flare, 3 wide, fifth, and 3 parts of a length to Change Orders deep on the course at the back of the pack. 2 distinct flights, 8.5 lengths from top to bottom. Entry into the turn. Bald Kitten has the lead. Mamba Gigi comes to tackle outside in second. A space of 4 lengths to Echo Baby draws closer in third. Positively towards the inside fourth. 4 more lengths back to Hypnotic Flares to the inside of Change Orders at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Mamba Gigi and Bald Kitten, they are first and second. Echo Baby has every chance on the grandstand side in third. Positively 1 pasted fourth. 1 furlong to go. Mamba Gigi sticks the head in front of Bald Kitten as it's Echo Baby is on the outside in third. A length and a half, 2 off the lead. Deep stretch. Mamba Gigi, Echo Baby, Bald Kitten. Mamba Gigi wins. Close for second. Probably Bald Kitten over Echo Baby. Then it was Hypnotic Flare. Six, 3, 2, 4. Number 6, Mamba Gigi first. 5.5 furlongs, 107.96. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Mamba Gigi. 2 wins in a row for this New York bred 4-year-old bay filly by Bustin' Stones out of Heck. My Purple Haze Stables owns Chris Engelhardt trains Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Laurel Least and Tulip 2 Racing bred Mamba Gigi. 2 wins in the card for trainer Chris Engelhardt, 3 wins for jockey Andre Worry. $3 to winning mutual. Exacta $12.80, 50-cent try $11.50, dime super $3.42, daily double $24.80. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes, scratch number 3, Renaissance Man. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in about 21 minutes. Don't forget, big afternoon of horse racing on Memorial Day Monday here at Finger Lakes. So we'll have the $50,000 George W. Barker Stakes for top New York State sprinters. I believe it's a 9-race program. Got the Bet and Get special. Wager $10, win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive a coupon good for $10 in gaming free play. We'll have food truck, Fairport Hots food truck on the apron, and a big chicken barbecue special as well, and complimentary Finger Lakes programs for all in attendance. Memorial Day Monday here at Finger Lakes, first post at 1 p.m. Made overweight for the 2, Lady of Murcia, 5 over on the 2. And one housekeeping note, we had a claim in the 4th race for the 7, Balenciaga Betty, Rachel Sells, new owner trainer.
Okay, we're getting ready to finish this Wednesday card. We'll also finish the racing week with this card. Andre Worry having a big day, gets another win aboard Mamba Gigi. And, you know, you talk about key races. The one that Mamba Gigi ran on the opening day of the season turned out to be a big-time key races. The top three finishers now have come back to win. I think My Angel was the horse that was fourth. That one is set to run next week. But Mamba Gigi able to outduel Bald Kitten. Echo Baby having a little trouble staying straight in the stretcher. I think that one would have caught those two in class. Maybe keep an eye on that one in the future. Scratch the 3, Renaissance Man here in the last race. Kind of looking at it now. The 6 Sweet Julian taking a lot of play at 3 to 5. She chased home Scales of Gold last time on a track that was, you know, they really didn't change position. Scales of Gold won, Sweet Julian just ran second, and Rasuli, who's in here, they ran third. So Aquilano getting play again right now at 3 to 5. Got a couple firsters in here, though. Gray-haired Gus is the 4 horse. This one's out of a 2-time stakes winner. Is also a half-2 stakes winner. That's Chef's Bullet by Mission Impossible. This one sent out by Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley. Amanthi Farrow's got Rockin' Money. Rockin' Money at 8 to 1 is a half to a couple horses with some speed. Bustin' Roxy and Stars and Stones. So good chance that maybe this one will flash a little bit of early pace. This is the third foal of that dam. The dam is a half to a stakes winner. So Rockin' Money's another one to consider, make the first out. 'Cause it's hard to get too excited about some of these horses that have been out. And, you know, Giant Impact goes first time Lasix. Raisuli could improve off of that race, although Koa opts to ride for Amanthi Ferraro on Rockin' Money. Just a reminder, our next live racing day will be Memorial Day. Hard to believe that it's Memorial Day coming already. That'll be Monday, so no live racing the rest of the week. We will still be open for simulcast wagering right here at Finger Lakes. Going to come out and play some horses. But Memorial Day, we've got a lot going on. We got food trucks here, the chicken barbecue, and our first stakes race of the season. You got Looms Bowley, who won the Ontario County Stakes a couple years ago. You got Ladies Golden Guy, ran a big race to start off this season. He's a 2-time stakes winner in the past. They'll square off in the feature race of the Memorial Day card. But a lot going on that day. Good place to be. Looks to be nice weather. That'll be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post.
Programs for the Memorial Day card here at Finger Lakes are now available up at fingerlakesgaming.com. Coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes, late overweight on the 2, 5 over. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Rasuli and Christian Navarro. Number 2, Lady of Murcia and John Barrios. Scratch the 3. Number 4, Gray-Haired Gus and Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is Rockin' Money and Kaber Koa. Number 6, Sweet Julian, Luis Perez. And number 7, Giant Impact, Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 maidens going 5 1/2 furlongs. Favorite right now, number 6, Sweet Julian. 5-2 on number 5, Rockin' Money. Rockin' Money going up. Sweet Julian and Giant Impact. Giant Impact to the outside. Giant Impact going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Rockin' Money and Sweet Julian. These two zip out for the front. Lady of Mercia tries to make it a line of 3. Then a couple lengths back, Giant Impact is to the outside of Raisuli. They are 4th and 5th in a space of about 7 lengths to gray-haired Gus, who's at the tail of the field. About 3.5 furlongs to go. Sweet Julian leads this group into the turn. Challenger inside-outside. Lady of Mercia is at the fence. Rockin' Money 3 wide in 3rd, a length off the lead. A space of 3 lengths. Raisuli mid-pack in 4th and a length and a half back to Giant Impact, who's about 7 lengths in front of gray-haired Gus, who's at the tail of the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and Rockin' Money makes a bid for the front end on the far outside, and Rockin' Money in hailing ground and now strikes the front. Lady of Mercia towards the inside, and the white blinkers up into 2nd. Sweet Julian drops back in 3rd, and Raisuli making progress in the far outside in 4th, and then it's gray-haired Gus, 16th to go. It's Rockin' Money on top by 3 lengths. Raisuli's on the outside, but it's Rockin' Money. Rockin' Money holds over Raisuli. Gray-haired Gus closed up the inside for 3rd. Lady of Mercia 4th. Five, 1, 4, 2. Number 5, Rockin' Money first. Eighth race is official. Rockin' Money pays $4.80 to win. Rockin' Money back to the winner's circle. First time starter, New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Mr. Monomoy out of Rockin' MZ. All in the Family Racing owns. M. Anthony Ferraro trains. And K. Berkoa, the winning jockey. Richard Kern bred Rockin' Money. Daily double, $11. $2 exacted, $34.40. 50-cent try, $39. Dime super, $18.75. 50-cent pick 3, $22.25. 50-cent pick 4, $35.12. Pick 5, $194.50. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Memorial Day Monday. 9-race card, first post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a wonderful evening.